welcome to the second webinar series conducted under CELPAD Research Unit. I am Engku Haliza Engku Ibrahim, the Research Coordinator of CELPAD Research Unit, as well as your moderator for the day. Our presenter today is Assistant Professor Dr. Farida Abdul Malik of English Language Division, CELPAD. When I approached Dr. Farida to request for her biodata that I can use for my introductory remarks, Dr. Farida was very reluctant indeed. Finally, she consented, and all she wanted me to mention are the fact that she's a senior lecturer in CELPAD and has been around longer than a majority of ELD staff. Well, Dr. Farida, that makes the two of us, and still loving her work in UIA. Her research interests include listening and speaking, grammar teaching, and learner autonomy. With her vast experience in both CFS and the main campus, Dr. Farida has held various academic administrative positions in ELD and is currently the Deputy Director of Academic Affairs of CELPAD. Without further delay, it gives me great pleasure to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Farida Abdul Malik to share with us some insights on the skill of listening. Dr. Farida has chosen a very catchy title, which is Listening, the Cinderella Skill in Language Learning. Tafadhal, Dr. Farida, the screen is all yours.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Dr. Engku, for the introduction. Alhamdulillah, and that I have this opportunity to be sharing some of the things that I like, which is listening. And I hope that, by coming to this session, that you will be able to benefit from it. And I think my goal for today is not very much. If I can keep you awake, engaged, not any one of you is going to fall asleep during my presentation, that is already a good achievement for me, because this is in comparison to Dr. Rose's session this morning. It was very engaging. So I will try my best and hope that I'll be able to sustain your interest until the end of the talk, inshallah. Okay, so let me begin my presentation. Alah, not yet, yeah, jap.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, all right. You can see my slides now, right?
Yes, inshallah.
Okay, inshallah.
Yep.
So, it took me quite a while to come up with a catchy title for my presentation, because, listening is something not very often talked about. And so that's why I came up with this topic, the Cinderella Skill in Language Learning. So when it comes to Cinderella, I'm sure everybody is very familiar with it already. And I would like you to look at what I show you, okay? This is one version of Cinderella. You know which one is Cinderella? Of course you know, right? And the other version is this one. Which of these two versions that come to your mind when you think of Cinderella?
The second one.
The second one.
Okay, if the second version came to your mind, then you're very positive, yeah? Because here, this is when Cinderella has changed to a princess, with all those nice dress on her, and she has all the beautiful things with her, right? So if you think of Cinderella in the second version earlier, oh, sorry. Okay, this one. So this is the poor Cinderella, and these are her stepsisters. Okay, so here I'm sharing with you, I hope it's going to be a story about Cinderella, and we'll be able to cover both of these versions, because as we already know, Cinderella started with being bullied by her stepsisters, and eventually she transformed herself into a princess, met her Prince Charming, and they became a very happy couple who lived happily ever after. Okay, so that is basically the story that I'm going to tell you today, but it is the version in English language teaching which is listening. So I hope that you will be interested to listen to this story of listening. Okay, so we can see how listening transforms from something that nobody cares about until somebody who has a respectful place in English language teaching. Yeah, so basically this is the overview of my presentation. So I'm going to be answering these 5 questions, inshallah. Okay, first, why is listening called a Cinderella skill? Why is listening important? What is the process of listening? Why is listening difficult for language learners? And hopefully the last bit I think is the most interesting part for us language teachers, how to teach listening, inshallah. Yeah. Okay, why is listening considered a Cinderella skill? Basically, this is a term coined by David Noonan, yeah, when he was talking about listening skill. Because like Cinderella, listening has always been overlooked by her sisters, yeah, which are writing, reading, and speaking. So I think even it is true in CELPAD, you know, if you look at listening, it's not much covered in listening. If you look at our textbook and even in our EPT, it used to have listening, but now listening has been taken out. Okay, so poor listening has been sidelined by all the other skills in language teaching. And another reason why it has been given less importance is because in the past, people used to think that listening is a passive skill, you know, that you learn it by yourself. It can be developed by itself. So you don't need to be taught how to listen well. Yeah. So, so that is the wrong assumption that people had in the past. And that is the reason why not much importance is given to listening. And there's also this assumption that listening is very similar to reading, yeah, because they are both receptive skills. So perhaps if we do not have the facilities or the time to do both, maybe focusing on reading is enough. Because inshallah, you know, by just focusing on reading, much of the things that you need to know, you will be able to develop it, and therefore, you know, listening can be put aside. So, and another reason, you know, also because I think the tradition in the past, writing has always been given importance, and not many people were really researching on listening. Yeah, so listening was the least research of all the 4 language skills, because it was the least research of all the skills, and therefore we didn't understand very much about listening, the process that involved when we listen. Yeah? And so this is the reason why listening has always been put on the sideline. Yeah? But this situation was mostly taking place in the early 60s, 70s, you know, before much research were conducted, and new findings from research have proven differently. And you can see that later a lot more importance is given to listening. Yeah. So why, despite all the reasons why it was sidelined earlier, we know that listening is important. Yeah. Okay. Why is listening important? If you look at what is happening around you, if you can see this graph, yeah, with this pie chart, you can see how much time is given on listening. How much time do we spend listening to whatever sound around us? 45% actually time spent on listening. Yeah, writing is only 9%, reading 16, speaking 30, and so you can see obviously almost half of the pie is given to listening. Yeah, and then if you see that if you look at the other chart here, communicating, yeah, 70% of our time is spent on communicating and 30% not communicating. So obviously we are communicating most of our time, and when communicating, most of the things that we do is listening. Yeah. And if you look at the other table here next to it, you can see that, okay, in terms of how much time we spend for in formal years of training, yeah, for writing, you have about 12 years of training. But the percentage of time used is only 9%. For reading, 6 to 8 years and 60% time use. Speaking, not that long, okay, 1 or 2 years of training, and we use 30% of our time speaking. But listening, we do not really train people to listen, and yet we are doing it 45% of our time. Okay, so you can see here that we do a lot of listening in our daily communication. Yeah, and yet listening has been placed in the last place, at the fourth place, you know, because in terms of the time that we spend on training to develop these skills, and you know, and in terms of attention given to listening. Okay, here actually this statistics refers to general listening, yeah, that we do. So it's not really focusing on listening that we do in our language teaching per se, but it is also true, yeah, when we are learning, we also need to listen, right? In our language classes, that the students are definitely having to listen to what we are saying, listen to their friends talking and all those things. So obviously, of all the 4 language skills, listening is the most kind of skill that they're engaged in. Okay, and because of the development in the language acquisition theories, okay, people like Cognition, if you have heard of Cognition's comprehensible input hypothesis, okay, which is giving support to the importance of listening, yeah, because obviously, if we want to acquire language, we have to have the input first, okay, we have to be able to get this input from what we hear. So in order for us to produce the language, then we have to have the language input. And therefore, in order for us to have the language input, we have to be doing a lot of listening. Yeah? And that is the reason why Cognition came out with his comprehensible input hypothesis, because to him, if you want to acquire language, you have to have enough input so that you can move on with the next things that you have to do. Yeah. And this is especially true for students at the lower level. Yeah. So our job is to get them to listen to the language that we want them to learn as much as possible. It doesn't matter if they cannot produce anything out of it, but expose them to the language, get them to listen to this language input as much as possible. That is what Cognition is proposing us to do, yeah, for especially for the lower level learners. And also because for students in the academic environment, like at the university, and you know, we are in the situation where we have to be engaged in a lot of lectures and things like that, right? So we have to get all this knowledge usually transferred through lecture, and we have to do a lot of listening. And studies have found that efficient listening skills are more important than reading skills for academic success. So it is a major factor in determining whether you do well in your studies or not. Yeah. So if you are not good in listening, then perhaps you will miss out on the maybe the knowledge. Yeah, and therefore you may not be performing as you would like it to be in your academic journey, in academic life. Okay, so that is the reason why it is very, very important that we make sure that before our students come to us, that they need to be prepared to be able to listen well, so that they'll be able to understand what is being conveyed by their lecturers. Yeah. Okay, so you can see now that that we know that listening has been given not much emphasis, and yet it is a very important skill. Yeah, and especially for language learning and for the academic success of students. And that is the reason why we have to understand the listening process better. And that is the next point that I'll be going to share with you. Okay, so listening is a bit difficult because we do not know what is happening, right? When we listen, we can't really tell what is going on in our brain, that at the end of the listening process, we'll be able to understand what we hear. Yeah. And therefore, not many theories have been put forward to describe the listening process. And most of these theories are very similar also to when they are describing the reading process, because they are both receptive. Yeah. So there are not that many theories explaining listening, but generally, there are three things that they always mention when they talk about listening process. Yeah, the oldest one is the bottom up versus top down approaches to listening. Yeah, when we listen, basically we are engaging in two processes. One is the bottom up, the other one is the top down. Yeah, process. So what is actually the bottom up process? So you can see here, the bottom-up model emphasizes the decoding of the smallest units, okay, phonemes, syllables, to lead us towards meaning. So we start from the very small unit. When, let's say, when we read, we look at the letter, okay, and when we listen, we also look at this phoneme. Okay, so that is the bottom-up process, and the top-down process, it looks at the use of background knowledge to predict content. Yeah, so we have the bottom-up process going on. At the same time, we also have this top-down processing that we do. Yeah, where we are going to look at what we know about our world, and we try to use that information to predict what we are listening. So this is another explanation, yeah. So bottom-up processing, externally based. So involve the listener paying close attention to every detail of the language input. The understanding of the heard language is worked out proceeding from sounds to words to grammatical relationships to lexical meaning. Okay, that's why sometimes when we get our students to listen, and at the same time they are referring to the script, perhaps they will be taking a lot of time because they have to look at the word, and then this word, sometimes the sound doesn't match what you hear, okay, and they are bogged down by the process. So, but this usually is what our the beginner levels language learners are doing when they are trying to listen. Yeah. So because they have a lot of constraints, and the top-down processing, okay, So internally based involves the listener's ability to bring prior information to bear on the task of understanding the heard language. Yeah? Used by the listener to make predictions about what the incoming message is expected to be at any point and how the pieces fit into whole. So, so these are what are going on in our brain, okay, when we are trying to listen and to understand. So we will be engaging in the bottom-up processing, and at the same time, we will also be engaging in top-down processing. But you know, after much research has been done, especially when there are a lot of research insights from the studies on cognitive science, okay, cognitive psychologists, people who look at how the brain works, and they say if you just rely on these two processings, you will not be able to listen efficiently. Actually, there is another element at play when you are trying to listen, okay? And what is the next element that is also contributing to our comprehension? Okay, so this is when they look at cognition, okay, and metacognition. So they say, okay, there must be something that is making sure that this top-down processing and top and bottom-up processing are working effectively. Okay, because there must be a controller somewhere that is making sure that this process will take place without any glitches. Okay, and what is it? So they look at cognition, which is what people know and think, specifically looking at another component, which is metacognition, how people think about their own thinking. Okay, so this is another thing that contributes to efficient listening. Yeah? So this is the what is it? If it is an orchestra, this is the one that manage the orchestra, the conductor of the orchestra, yeah, because we have all these different musicians playing different instruments, but we must have a conductor to make sure that everybody will be able to perform their parts well in harmony, to make sure that listening process takes place successfully. Okay, so that is the function of our metacognition. Yeah? How people think about their own thinking, that is metacognition. And when it comes to metacognition, there are strategies that will be engaged in order. The metacognition is the umbrella terms, yeah. But when it comes to metacognition, there are other elements that are at work, which is going to help us to be able to think what we are doing. Yeah? And in listening, these are the elements, yeah? The strategies: plan, monitor, and evaluate. So when we talk about metacognitive strategies, these are the three strategies that we usually employ: planning, monitoring, and evaluating. These metacognitive strategies are not only operating when we are listening, it should also operate when we are doing any task at all. Yeah? When we write, we have to plan before we write. When we speak, we have to plan before we speak. So it is also true with listening. Yeah? So when it comes to listening, usually we have to employ our pre-listening strategy of planning. So when we are asking our student to listen to something, usually, or even for us, when we are going to listen to something, we have to plan for the listening task. And what kind of things that we have to plan for? If you look at this graph, you can see we have to set a purpose or decide in advance what to listen for. Yeah. So what is it that we're going to listen for? So we have to make ourselves ready. And then, oh, I'm going to listen to somebody talking about the black hole, for example. So then you activate your background knowledge, your schemata. Okay, what do I know about black hole? I don't know much, perhaps, okay, but it doesn't matter. Even if I don't know much, then I will be making extra point in making sure that I pay attention, because most of these are going to be new to me, okay? So you have planned for things to do. You have also prepared yourself of, to the maximum, so that whatever that comes your way after this is going to be able for you to cope with, okay? So that is planning. And then after the planning, then you come to the listening part, yeah? So the while listening strategy, what are you going to be engaging in when you are listening, okay? So you have to monitor comprehension. How much do I understand? Yeah. So verify predictions and check for inaccurate guesses. Perhaps, oh, that one I don't understand. Oh, that one I miss it. What did that person say? I didn't hear. Okay, and then you are making inferences along the way, and you listen for keywords in order for you to be able to understand. You listen for the main idea. You listen again if you don't really understand it. Okay, and if you can be allowed to listen again. But usually when we listen, it's only once. Okay, so a lot of things are going on when we are actually listening. Yeah. So our brain is working very, very hard actually. They are trying to manage all kind of things going on. So imagine, how difficult it is for our language learners. And after you have listened, and then that is the time when you are going to apply your evaluating. Yeah. So where you reflect, usually, how did I do? Did I understand most of it? Did I only understand 10% of it? Okay. And then if I didn't listen very successfully, you have to think about me, what went wrong actually, and perhaps you will come up with ways to improve your listening, your performance earlier. Okay, so all these things are all that are involved when we talk about metacognitive strategies. Yeah, so we are actually applying all these strategies, and if these strategies are applied well, in harmony with the other two processes that we are engaging at the same time, then inshallah our listening will be successful, and we will be able to understand what we are hearing or what we are listening. Yeah? So basically, accurate listening involves a listener relying on her or his metacognitive knowledge of bottom-up and top-down processing strategies, and their ability to orchestrate appropriate strategies in a continuous metacognitive cycle to effectively regulate listening comprehension. It's a mouthful, okay? Because it reflects very well what we are doing when we are listening. Actually, yeah, it's a very complicated process. It is dynamic, and it's also fragile because anything can go wrong. Yeah, a lot of distractions along the way, and so you can see, for learners, okay, for students who are trying to learn a new language, asking them to listen is actually a very nerve-wracking task for them to do, especially when they are not very good in the language yet. Yeah, that is the reason why, when we want them to listen, we have to understand that it is not an easy feat for them. Yeah, and we have to be very sympathetic, especially to our listeners who are only trying to learn the new language. Okay, so I hope you're still following me. Is it too much already?
No, we already have a few comments in the chat box. That's very good.
Okay.
Stella, are you here, Stella? Would you like to mention what you have mentioned? Okay, Ustadlah mentioned here that actually listening is actually the first Dirya is what, yeah? In English, the first
Answers?
Sense.
the first sense, yeah, the first sense created for us. Yeah, listening. He said Allah has this is from Mufti Taqi Usmani, yeah? Allah has brought you forth from your mother's wombs when you knew nothing, and He has made for you ears. Yeah, ears is mentioned first, eyes and hearts. So you may be grateful. Yeah, and he also mentioned that and He has granted you the power of hearing and the eyes and the heart. Little you give thanks. Yeah. And there's a question, Dr. Farida. Would you like me to go to the question now, or would you like?
Yeah, if it's not too much for me to answer.
All right. This question is from Sister Sohaila. Yes. Is the top-down processing influenced by Piaget's theory, and bottom-up processing influenced by Vygotsky?
No. I do not know, not that I know of. Yeah, because when we maybe they are talking about the same thing, but in my reading, they have not linked these two processes into Piaget and Vygotsky. Because I think Vygotsky is constructive theory of language learning, right? The scaffolding and things like that.
It's been a long time since I read about it.
And Piaget is the behavior or whatever, you know. Yeah. So if I'm not wrong, but yeah, I also have left this for a long time. But when I was doing my reading on listening, there is no mention of Vygotsky and Piaget. Yeah, so maybe I have not come across it. Maybe it's there somewhere.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Farida.
All right. So Alhamdulillah, yeah, Ustazlah highlighted the fact that listening has been there since we were in our mother's womb, right? And so that means we were born with that ability to listen. But I think, Alhamdulillah, I think that is the reason why we don't really need to learn how to listen in our mother language, right? Because we have all the tools to enable us to listen in terms of the infrastructure. Yeah, because Allah has given us that infrastructure already, so we don't have to worry about getting the ears. It's already there for us. But I think when it comes to language learning, I think we have to be able to help our students to listen better. Yeah, even though we have the infrastructure, but the input is different, something new that we have to learn. Alhamdulillah, Allah has provided us with that pair of ears. Okay, Dr. Ngku, shall we move on?
Yes, please do.
Okay, so I have looked at the processes of listening. You know, so you can understand now it is a very complex process, right? And on top of that, why our listeners are finding it difficult? Because when they listen, they have to listen to spoken discourse, yeah, which are very unique in itself. Yeah, oral text is very different from text that we read, yeah, formal text. So when our listeners are listening, our students are listening, they are actually having to contend with the features of spoken discourse. Yeah. So what are the features of spoken discourse? So these are some of the things that I have managed to list, but there may be other things as well. For example, you know, the pronunciation of words, especially in English, may differ greatly from how they appear in print. Yeah. When they read, they do not expect the sound to be different. Okay, that is especially true for English. Yeah. And then when we read, we have these spaces to indicate that is the starting of a new word, the last of that word. Yeah. But when we hear, how do you know? Can we see spaces? indicating where a new word starts and where it ends. We don't have that, yeah? So we don't have this element to help us to understand the word boundaries. And then what are the features of spoken discourse? They have these prosodic features of spoken discourse like stress. Yeah, stress is playing an important role in changing the meaning. You can see, yeah. So where we stress and our intonation and we have weak and strong word forms when we are talking, yeah. And then when we talk, we don't talk in complete sentences, yeah. We most of the time using phrases or chunks, you know, when we are speaking. So it is less formal. And there are also a lot of hesitations, rephrasing, repetitions, which are very different from the text in writing or the text that when we read. Yeah? So it's real challenge for our learners, yeah, because especially when they are trying to learn this new language and they are not very familiar with these features of spoken discourse. So obviously, we cannot just say that listening is similar to reading, yeah, because we are actually engaging in two different types of text. Yeah, one is oral text, the other one is written text, which function very differently from one another. Okay, and another thing that is very challenging when we listen, it takes place in a real time. Okay, and we are required to process immediately. Okay, so real time, and we have to do all kind of things to arrive at the interpretation, understanding of what we hear, and usually it is not us who determine the speed of the speaker. You know, the speaker herself or himself will decide whether they are going to speak fast or slow. Okay, and usually when we listen, we don't have the control over the speed, and a lot of things that our listener has to contend with when they are speaking, when they are trying to listen and understand what they are hearing, and this makes it extra hard for our learners of language. Yeah. Okay, so now have I been successful in telling you that listening is difficult? Tengku, are you convinced that listening is a very difficult process?
Oh, yes, definitely. I also have a question for you, Dr. Farida. Would you like to take the question now, or shall I hold the question?
Yes, you just shoot. What question?
This is from Brother Daniel. He said that, how do we guide the students to effective listening in non-listening classes? What he's saying is that, hold on, yeah. What he's saying is that since some of the, for instance, classes, reading and writing classes, since some of the classes involve them to listen to lectures, how can we ensure that they have successfully understood what we have taught them? Yeah, meaning not for the listening skill per se, but in classes that require them to listen.
Okay, thank you, Brother Daniel. Actually, you have jumped the gun a little bit. That is the very next section that I'll be moving on to.
You can hold that. I mean, you can just go on with the slide and then address that question as you go along.
No, it's actually I have finished with this slide. So that is the next section that I'm going to go into. How to teach listening.
Okay.
All right. So I shall move to that section.
Sure.
All right. I hope some of the things that I'll be discussing here will be able to help to answer Brother Daniel's question earlier. How to teach listening. Okay. Yeah, because now we know it's a very difficult process. A lot of things are at play when we are trying to listen. Students find it difficult usually. Yeah. And sometimes, especially for language level learners, it's something that is triggering a lot of anxiety in them. Yeah, this has been proven by many studies that listening is actually a high anxiety trigger. Okay, because especially when it comes to testing listening.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you don't know what is coming your way. Yeah, so it's like whether you sing, you'll be able to swim or you'll be drowning. Because especially when it comes to listening tests, we cannot prepare, right? And you just reda and tawakal to Allah, basically. So I think that's why when it comes to how to teach the listening skills, we have to, I think, think a little bit more, yeah, because of this complexity that it involves. So this is normally what we do. I do not know, okay? I think many years ago, CELPAD used to have the listening component in our teaching, right? You remember how we have to lug our cassette recorder around, because at that time there was not that many computers available. So, or that tape recorder, the cassette recorder and things like that, yeah.
I think they're too young, Dr. Farida. They
For those who are new, we used to have this listening skill on its own, yeah, that we have to teach. Right now, everything has been integrated. You only teach everything, but in the past, we used to separate the skills, yeah. So you will be teaching writing on its own, speaking on its own, listening on its own. So basically, if we look at listening here, what I have said that listening is a Cinderella is true, even to CELPAD. Because has been put aside, has been sidelined by speaking, reading, and writing. Yeah, but I understand because it's difficult. The logistic does not really allow us to do it. Yeah, that's why even in EPT, listening was taken out. In the past, we used to have an EPT listening paper. So I hope by after listening to my sharing session today, hopefully in the near future, listening will be reintroduced back into the CELPAD curriculum. So anyway, so how do we teach listening in the past? Okay, I'm asking you this question. Usually we do this. Okay, you prepare them, okay, and then you get them to listen, and then you check the answer. Right? So that is what we do. Okay, we go to class, you get them maybe the pre-listening activity, get them to be prepared with the vocabulary that they will encounter in their listening later, activate their schemata as much as possible, and then okay, when you think that they are ready, because you believe before they listen, we have to prepare them very well. So sometimes you spend a lot of time preparing your students, yeah, and then you get them to listen. You play the text, and then after the text is finished, then you say, okay, let's look at your answers. Do you get that right? Okay, so basically you check their comprehension. Okay, so the question is, when we do that, are we teaching them or are we testing them? Okay, and similarly, are we concerned about the outcome more or the process more? Which one? Anybody would like to answer? Dr. Liza.
You can also write in the chat. I can read out the answer. Dr. Liza.
Poor Dr. Liza.
You have been called.
Yes, I'm here. I'm so sorry. What was it?
She has not been paying attention.
I was doing something and I heard my name is called. Sorry.
When you when you were teaching the listening skill in the past previously,
Okay.
were you concerned about the students getting the answers right or not?
Of course.
How did you check that your students got it right?
How did I check? Well, normally in a class, we of course check whether the word they got is correct or not. But then, of course, there are mistakes in terms of spelling, that kind of thing. So as long as they get the word correct, right? I would say that they did. They managed to use their listening skill. It's just that the spelling, maybe the grammar comes later. In terms of the ed or ing.
Okay, so are you assuming that when they get the answers right, they have understood what they hear?
Because the words might be familiar to them, and then they know it's the correct register for that particular blank that they need to fill in, things like that. Wallahu alam.
Okay, so basically, are we teaching or we are testing them?
The thing is because as normally in the past, it was still the same. I mean, integrated. I mean, they have actually gone to the theme and they know the words, they know the vocab. So from that, they would apply in the listening exercise. So yeah, they have gone through the instruction and then they are to prove it in the listening practice that they actually understand the words and all that. So
okay, maybe that is what you did, yeah. But sometimes people, they just assume, okay, okay, I want you to listen, and then you answer these questions. And when you get the question correct, then you make the assumption that they have understood what they heard. Okay, when they got it wrong, then you assume they didn't listen very well. Yeah.
correct.
So what happened if the students got it wrong all the time?
Are you asking me or somebody else?
No, you don't have to answer.
Thank you.
It's a hypothetical question.
Right.
So, but our main concern, it seems that when we get them to answer and we check whether they got it right, we are like focusing on the outcome, the product, okay, rather than the process. Yeah, and then the student will feel bad if they don't get it right, But so what happened along the way? Why did the student get it wrong, which we didn't really pay attention to? Yeah. So that's why most of our listening classes are very much product oriented, and we are actually testing them, not teaching them how to listen. Yeah. So I think for our language learners, they would appreciate it more if we help them in the process of getting the right answers, rather than only at the end when you got the answers wrong. Yeah. So because usually we'll be upset when we get it wrong most of the time. Yeah. And therefore, to prevent the students from getting wrong answers more, they should be getting right answers more, then we should pay attention to what happens before they come to that outcome of their listening. So that's why people, language practitioners and people who are in ESL, English language teaching, they are propagating for us to teach learners how to listen more. We are not saying that you cannot do what we did in our class most of the time, yeah. But actually, we also have to pay attention to the process of listening. We have to help our students to be able to listen well, yeah. So that's why we have to give them the tools, to be able for them to be able to listen, yeah, better. So the focus has to be shifted more on the process of listening rather than just the outcome of listening. Yeah, because as it is, listening is the skill that learners feel they have the least control of. Yeah, of course, we don't have control of what we hear, okay, of what we are going to listen to. And that's why it triggers high anxiety level. Yeah, imagine if we are going to listen to a text in German, for example, and we don't know much about German language. Yeah, let's say imagine ourselves learning German and we are in the lowest level, and your teacher said, "Okay, Farida, do you get number 1 correct?" And I look at my answer, it is wrong. How would you feel? Yeah, you feel demotivated. So you are so scared, even before you listen, then you will be sweating already. So that is the amount of anxiety that you are imposing on your students if you don't help them to understand, to listen well. Because at the end of the day, this is what we are trying to aim for, yeah, for our learners to be able to have the ability to learn by themselves. So we want them to take charge of their process, learning process. So when we empower them in terms of we are helping them to be able to understand the process better, then perhaps they can take charge of their listening development. Okay. So they will try to find ways to improve their listening skill. So I am sorry that it is quite small, yeah. But basically, these are listening activities types that people have studied. They look at many listening textbook, and they found out that usually there are 3 types of listening activities that people are engaging their students in. Yeah. So it doesn't mean that some are better than the others, but obviously, like other things, we have to have a balance in our listening activities that we do with our students. Yeah. So never mind if you can't see this very well. I will be looking at each of these on its own after this. Yeah. But if you can see, listening pedagogical approaches, basically there are 3. The first one, testing listening comprehension or decoding skill. So decoding skill is very much looking at the bottom-up processes. Yeah. Testing listening comprehension, just now when we focus more on the outcome, the product rather than the process. Okay. And B, teaching listening comprehension. This is where you teach. The first one is testing, more on testing them. Yeah, people thought that they are actually teaching, but when you are focusing on teaching, testing their comprehension and bottom-up processes, then you are actually testing. Yeah, but when it comes to teaching, usually you have to engage in these 2 activity cycles. Yeah. So the first one, you have to focus on the bottom-up activities, and at the same time, you also have to make sure that you're also paying attention to the metacognitive strategies that are involved. Yeah. And another type of activity that is normally found in textbook is when listening is used as a trigger for something else. Yeah, perhaps you get your students to listen to a text, and then you move, and it follows with a follow-up activity. Yeah, so these are normally the activities of listening that we can find in textbook usually. Yeah, and then we can see the amount of attention that you give to the process of listening will differ. Yeah, so sometimes when you get your student to do one activity, maybe the focus is more on bottom up, or sometimes it's more on the top down, and sometimes you are helping them with the process of listening. Yeah? So when we are teaching, we have to have a combination of all this to make sure that our listening activities are balanced. Yeah? So you can see example lessons here. Yeah. In class, sometimes when we look at bottom-up activities, yeah, if you remember the pair that the students have differentiate, yeah, the two pairs that are similar sounding. When we do this, perhaps it's good in getting the student to differentiate the phonemes, yeah. But actually, it doesn't help with it doesn't have much meaning to it. So to make it more meaningful, you can engage in bottom-up activities, but the focus has to be on meaning rather than just the sound that you hear. Yeah. So, for example, if you want them to be engaged in bottom-up activities, and for example, yeah, you get them to listen to suffixes, yeah, between logi and ICS here. So, if you say, okay, now you know, because this is subjects, yeah. So so that is meaning that you are attaching to that activity. So when you get your student to listen to the suffixes, so anthropology, so logi, and then ICS, these are all nouns, yeah. So you are telling your students, okay, in English, nouns sometimes they have this suffix, but they are all nouns. Yeah, sometimes the suffix is logi, sometimes the ICS. So what is the difference? So there is a meaning attached to what you are teaching your student, rather than, okay, I want you to listen and put whether it's LY or LOGI or ICS without mentioning that is actually noun, is subjects, and all those things. Yeah? Because if you just want them to be able to hear, then you can see, okay, they have heard correctly. Yeah, but you have to add the element of meaning into what they are doing. Yeah? Like if you look at the other example here, you are looking at the suprasegmental element of listening. Yeah, recognize different meanings based on rising or falling intonation. Yeah. So in your listening class, maybe you want to teach your students that in English, intonation plays a lot in determining the meaning. Yeah. So if you look at this example, you can see it differently. Yeah. If I say, what have I done wrong? Okay, what does it mean? A or B? What have I done wrong? Or what have I done wrong? Or what have I done wrong?
Macam sama je.
Sama je. Okay, like this. What have I done wrong? What have I done wrong? Which of these two meanings?
I have done
Tengok siapa
I have
cakap
done
tu.
nothing.
A.
Right, okay lah. Again, okay?
In denial. A itu in denial.
What have I done wrong? What have I done wrong?
Oh, okay.
Is that A or B?
A.
That's A.
What have I done wrong? What? I have done nothing wrong. Oh, yeah.
Maybe I'm not good at my intonation. So,
It sounds
or
questioning.
like this. What have I done wrong? What have I done wrong? That is falling intonation.
So B.
It's meant for B, yeah? Because I want to know what I've done wrong. You are challenging. Yeah? But the first one, what have I done wrong? That one is the rising intonation is meant to be for number one. So here, this kind of activities is more meaningful for your students, yeah, when you are teaching listening, because you are telling them, okay, in English, I don't know about other languages, intonation matters a lot, yeah, because it will change the meaning. And so these are the things that is happening, and we can hear it, okay, and then if we are able to to understand it correctly, which meaning that is supposed to be, then the students have done very well, yeah. because they have understood how intonation is affecting the meaning. The way we use the intonation matters a lot. So when I think when we teach, once in a while we have to do this kind of activities to show to our students that intonation plays a role, and this is how it is different from reading. So let's say we have never brought this up with our students, then maybe they will not be able to get the actual meaning of the speaker. As if they can see who are talking, perhaps it's easier. But most of the time, we just hear without seeing the person. In the old-fashioned way of testing them, just listen. But nowadays it's easier that the audio will also come with the person, the speaker, because we can see them better. Because usually this can also be deduced from the facial expressions of the speaker, which of the meaning that is supposed to be. But if the students is just relying on the audio, then perhaps it's even more important for us to bring them their attention to this kind of intonation. For English, I do not know about other languages. Arabic, does it matter the intonation? Ustazah Hana, are you there?
Yes, it does matter. Sama juga.
Intonation as well,
Yeah.
So once in a while, I think it's also beneficial for our students if we get them to do this kind of activities. Okay, and then this one, activities that are going to focus on the process of listening. Usually you get them to go through this 4 stage of listening instruction. So before you listen, you go through the planning stage, where you are going to activate your planning strategy under the Metacognitive Strategies earlier. So you encourage your learners to activate background knowledge, and then when in the process of listening, you get them to monitor their comprehension. Okay, so rather than just listening and let it be, you have to get them to be more aware of what is happening. We do not, because sometimes the weakness of our listener is that they just don't take part actively in the process of listening. They just let it be. Okay, by chance, if I happen to catch what the speaker is saying, then alhamdulillah, I'll be able to understand. But you in class, you have to train them. Okay, when you are listening, these are the things that you have to go through in your mind. This is what you have to be asking. You have to monitor which part that you know, you understand. You just now you predict what to come, and when you listen, whatever sound that came to your mind, does it match the prediction that you made earlier? And then whether it tallies with your schemata that you activate. These have to be brought into consciousness. Of course, we cannot see what is happening in the brain of our listeners, but actually your job is to make them aware that when you listen, you cannot just accept the sound that come your way. Okay, you have to pay attention, you have to focus, you have to understand what is happening. You have to put more awareness into the process. And then when you stumble upon something, so you have to try to come up with how to solve the problem. And finally, after the listening episode is over, then you have to evaluate. How did you do in that listening task earlier? What went wrong? What can I do better next time? And all those things. So it's more like reflection. So it doesn't mean that you have to do this all the time, because it's going to be very taxing to your listeners as well, to your learners as well. Because every time the teacher asks me to go through all this, it's hard because you have to be using a lot more of your brain power. But every so often you have to get them to go through these processes, because you are making sure that they are going through the listening process successfully, okay? So that more aware of what they are needing to do when they listen. And hopefully by going through this kind of activities with you that you do in class, then students will be more aware of the listening processes that they have to go through and how to make sure that they can understand what they hear better. Yeah. And the last activity type, usually this is the one that listening is used in order for you to be able to do another activities following it. Yeah? So these are the three types of listening activities that are commonly found in English listening textbook. Yeah? So the reason why I'm showing this to you is, to get you to think about what kind of listening activities that I should be doing with my students that will be helpful for them to build their listening skill. Yeah? So we have to strike a balance, yeah? Have a mixture of all these activities. But the most important thing that we have to be able to be aware of is that we are not going to test them. We are teaching them how to listen. Yeah? When it comes to testing, yes, that is when you do listening tests, yeah, when they have to sit for the listening test. But most of the time in the class, I think it's unfair if we think that actually we are teaching them, but what we are doing is actually testing them. Yeah? So that is not fair. So we have to be aware of these activities so that we will strike a balance for our students, help them to develop their listening skills. So where am I? Yeah? All right, so I think, I'm sorry, it's already 12:05. I have come to the ending of my story. So I have told you the Cinderella story, listening version of it. So how does it end as far as listening Cinderella is concerned?
Should be a happy ending.
I hope it's a happy ending, yeah, because eventually after being sidelined, after being bullied by its stepsisters, finally in the 21st century or end of 20th century, listening has found a rightful place in English language teaching. Yeah. So nowadays you can see a lot more attention is given to listening, and listening is treated in its own right rather than just being a stepsister to writing, listening, and reading. Writing, speaking, and listening, and reading. Okay, so when we talk about listening, it is equally, it is as important skill as the other three skills in English language teaching, hopefully. Yeah. So Alhamdulillah, listening has found its Prince Charming, and they have a happy ending together with the sisters. And I hope that in CELPAD, hopefully, I know that we are going to reintroduce EPT listening, and perhaps, if we cannot really incorporate it much more into our curriculum, perhaps we have to give more attention to listening with regards to our lower level students. Yeah? Because we have to make sure that they have all the skills to be able to listen well, so that after that they can use this to help them acquire the language better. So with that, I think that is the end of my Cinderella story. So thank you very much for listening. And I will pass the screen over to Dr. Engku.
Jazakallahu khairan, Dr. Farida. I'd like to, invite a few questions. We have some questions on the chat, but I'd like to prioritize those who would like to ask questions. I see that in Zurida, her mic is unmuted. I think she has a question that she'd like to pose to you. Tate? Zurida, do you have a question?
Oh, okay. Not about listening. Is that okay?
Inshallah, Dr. Farida can take that question.
Probably just a comment. Probably just a comment. Because you mentioned, placing listening to the lower levels. I've been teaching the lower levels, and I think that what they really need also is not just the academic English. They really need to be able to tell us properly, madam, I please let me go out, or they don't have to say madam toilet, something like that. I think they really need that. Thank you.
They really need that, and that is another reason why we should expose them to this usage, as much as possible. I think the best way is to get them to listen to how native speaker do it. Or, you can control the speed, but expose them to this social linguistic aspect of language, right?
Yes.
And then you can test them rather than testing, okay, what is the word that has been left out blank there? Okay, so pay attention to this social linguistic aspect. You think that student is polite, by saying that, and also at the same time they'll be able to hear the expressions that people use to ask permission and things like that. Because
Correct, yeah.
the effect is going to be different when you read about it and when you hear it, right?
Dr. Liza, you have a question?
Regarding a question by from Datin Zuri, like the lower levels are always responding us with one word, for example, yes, no, toilet, right? Perhaps at this juncture, as we do not have a proper listening class, the very first thing that they will listen, or the very first person they will listen to is the teacher himself or herself, right? So we are to definitely talk to them in full sentences, like where would you want to go, may I know your name, things like that, rather than name, go where, something like that. I think it comes from us now at the moment, right? So we are it's like a radio to them. Yes, that's all I want to say.
So you are the roles model
Yep.
for them. Yeah, because sometimes, if you want to vary a little bit, just listening to you, that is the things that you need to get other people to talk to them. Get them to listen to other people as well.
We don't necessarily have to have the accent, but we need to pronounce words properly.
Yeah, and clearly, I think.
Yeah, because
Someone raised his hand.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Daniel raised his hand.
Daniel.
I think there's a question that he would like to direct to you, Dr. Farida.
yes.
Go ahead.
Welcome,
Daniel.
Doctor. I have a question. In terms of listening, apart from looking at the smallest unit and also the intonation, how about context? At which stage, should we incorporate the importance of context in order for them to understand listening? Because when they listen to conversation, sometimes the meaning is not direct from the utterances. So they need to understand the context first in order to understand what we meant. So at which stage in terms of teaching should we incorporate the teaching of context in listening? Yeah. That's my question.
What do you think, Daniel? I don't think there is no right stage for you to introduce that to me. Because it depends if that is what you want to be focusing on. Even for the lower level, you can highlight that. Let's say you get them to listen to a dialogue between two persons. And then it's actually who are these speakers? What is their relationship? Okay, because you can hear it in their voices if it is a father and a son talking, or if it is in the context of a teacher talking to a student, then you can highlight that aspects that will lead them to understanding. That is the context of that conversation. Yeah. So to me, you can do it at any stage of their learning. Yeah. But our job is to make sure that we choose the right text. The level of the text has to be appropriate to them. Yeah. So it's not going to be something very difficult in terms of the setting. So talking, a father talking to a son is something that is common. Then you can use that kind of text for your lower level students. Right?
Thank you, Doctor.
Satisfactory.
All right, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have a question here in the chat box here. Dr. Farida from Dr. Khairia. She said, can we say the reason people are taking listening skills lightly is because they are equating listening to hearing, whereas listening is an active process where it moves, questioning, where it involves, questioning, predicting, etc., etc. What's your opinion, Dr. Farida?
I think yes, how it was used to, people used to think it that way. Yeah, because it's listening is hearing. You have all the tools at your disposal to be able to hear. Yeah, because we have our pair of ears to help us do that. So that is the time when they didn't know that actually listening is an active process. Yeah, it's not a passive process.
Yeah, yeah. And there's another comment here, yeah, from Muiz Abrar. Is it really true that listening and reading skills are passive skills, whereas speaking and writing are active? All skills actually are involved metacognitive aspect of second language learners. What's your opinion of that?
Well, I think I have conveyed that very clearly in my presentation earlier. What was it? Do I think that listening is passive? Similar to reading? I don't think so. If that is your understanding based on what I have discussed with you, obviously that was not the intention. The intention is to tell you very clearly that listening and reading, they are not passive. We are doing a lot of things when we are listening, yeah, and reading as well. So it is wrong to say that listening and reading are passive skills. Because if you do that, then obviously you will not be able to understand what you are reading and what you are listening to.
All right, I think that's all the time that we have to take questions, but inshallah, Dr. Farida is contactable through her email, and you can always WhatsApp her your questions if you have more. Inshallah, jazakillahu khairan, Dr. Farida, for that very enlightening sharing session with us, and jazakumullahu khairan, everyone. I know everyone is very busy at this time of the semester for taking time off to be with us. Inshallah, we will we'll keep you posted on the third series from the CELPAD Research Unit webinar. Yeah, thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Dr. Tengku. Thank you, Dr. Farida.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you. Salam.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Farid. Thank you, Dr. Tengku. Assalamualaikum.
Bye-bye, Nana.
Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Farid.
Salam.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, thanks.
I see Bib there. Thank you, Bib.
Oh, Bill is here.
Oh, I know one.
I joined late. Because I had invigilation this morning for reading.
Allah, thank you. Tak apa, we'll make the recording available insyaAllah. Thank you, Duit.
Okay, welcome. Bye.
Tadi nampak Muzammil pun ada tadi. Muzammila.
Yeah, just give him the support to Kak Farid. Yeah, thank you very much.
Alhamdulillah, thank you. Thank you for the support.
Yeah.
I think I see a few people who are not from CELPAD as well who have joined us. Alhamdulillah. So Alhamdulillah, Dr. Farida, that was really, really good. You said it was going to be short. It was really good. You expanded what you needed to expand.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. I tried my best. So actually I wanted to make it more interactive, but I had to decide whether more interactive or going through all my slides. But I thought it's more important for me to go through all my slides because it's something that have not been shared much, right?
Yes, I think it was a good balance. Alhamdulillah, I think people had the opportunity to share their thoughts with you as well and to ask some questions. Inshallah, I will be sharing with you some of the questions that we haven't had time to tell you. Nanti we will communicate, inshallah. Yeah. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
So I can leave, ke?
Yes, you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Minum air dah. Alright, thank you, Uncle.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum.
ako.
Assalamualaikum.